Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to the final day of the Arua Third Biennial Conference. The structure for today is a little different from what we've done in the first 2 days. We usually devote the last day to workshops for our 13 centers of excellence as a means of bringing together early career researchers and using the opportunity to share ideas and reflect on the theme that we've used for the conference and how it helps with their multidisciplinary work, regardless of which areas or which universities they are focused on. So we'll be doing that in the course of today. But before we begin those workshops, we're going to have our final keynote address to be delivered by Professor Murray Librand. Murray holds the National Research Foundation Chair in Poverty and Inequality Research at the School of Economics at the University of Cape Town. He is the director of the Southern Africa Labor and Development Research Unit and the African Center of Excellence for Inequality Research within the African Research University Alliance, ARUA. He is on the executive committee of the International Economic Association, co-chairs the scientific panel on population, poverty, and inequality of the International Union for the Scientific Study of Population, and is a senior research fellow of the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economics Research. He has published widely in development economics using survey data and especially panel data to analyze South Africa's poverty, inequality, and labor market dynamics. In 1995-96, he served on President Nelson Mandela's Labor Market Commission to advise on post-apartheid labor market legislation. And from 2016 to 2017, served on the then President Ramaphosa's advisory panel on the national minimum wage. From 2007 to 2019, he was a principal investigator on the National Income Dynamics Study, South Africa's national longitudinal study. Ladies and gentlemen, I've known Murray for many years through the African Economic Research Consortium, and I can assure you he is one of the most versatile African economists. He's one of the most versatile development economists in our world today, and I'm extremely pleased that he agreed to present this final keynote address. So, Murray.
Good morning, all. That was extremely gracious from the very eminent Ernest Arrietty, and I appreciate it a lot. But I immediately draw your attention to the fact that in the spirit of this conference, we're really bringing to the table how Arua has responded to the COVID pandemic. We want to bring to you this morning how the African Center of Excellence for Inequality Research, one of the Arua Centers of Excellence, has responded. So two of my colleagues, Robert Osei from Ghana, from the University of Ghana, who's the head of the Ghanaian node of ASA, will chip in to the presentation, make a contribution, as will Professor Damiano Manda from the University of Nairobi. So we really are trying to bring to you what ASA has to contribute to this amazing conference. So COVID has made an extraordinary demands on all of us. And over the last 3 days, we've had an inspiring showcase, in a sense, of Arua's responses to the pandemic. And it was really a sort of a stress test of where we are in Arua. In this particular keynote address, we'd like to share with you, coming from ASA, which is focused on poverty and inequality and well-being and economic growth on our continent, some of the contributions that we've been able to make to put it in the pot. And the two in particular. One, the socio-economic aspects of vulnerability to COVID. I mean, how many times have you heard, and we've heard it at the conference, that COVID has revealed very starkly the many dimensions of inequalities in our world. And we push that. We take that seriously. Secondly, we want to give you some of our work that we've done on the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic, following the pandemic through, but its impacts on people. And then when policies are implemented, the impacts of the policies on the people. And so it's our privilege. Who can forget Professor Karim on the first morning talking about the new strain from Colombia and personalizing it, even though he was talking about a fight going on inside the body. And the Colombian strain, as he was telling us the story, was almost talking to the Delta variant. Do you remember that? Yeah. And because that's the transmission in the body that was going on. But he was also talking about how they link to each other. Now, how do they link to each other? They link to each other through people. And the conference has spent a lot of time talking about that. And in our contribution today, we're then focusing on that people transmission mechanism and what you can do about it, understanding it, understanding the impacts, and what you can do about it. And so I put up a simple formula here, just so that we can mix it with the epidemiologists and stuff, us humble economists. And so there's a basic reproduction number, and if you just break it down sensibly in terms of its sort of transmission, then you can break it into three components, so-called secondary attack rates. And I borrowed the slide from Professor Dave Gordon of Bristol, who's one of the very valued and incredible partners of ASA. But there's transmission through households and household contacts inside your household, if you like. Then there's transmission, between yourself and your neighbors and your friends, and the contacts and how prevalent that is. And then there's the broader community transmission rates. And those are the things that need to be studied to link up, to close the story that Professor Karim was telling on the first day. That's how the viruses link to each other. And it's consequential. It's immensely consequential. I have a slide up here about the average impact of the last 5 pandemics on inequality, income shares of the richest and poorest in 64 countries. All that the study does is trace the impacts across the distribution of people, if you like, the income distribution of people. And just sketching in broad picture, it's a broad picture I want you to take away, is that it's the poor, the bottom 10%, the bottom 20%, whose income shares have declined through all of the major pandemics. We've heard a lot about these other pandemics. We've learned from them. It's been one of the richest parts of this conference. And here too, we can learn from them. It's the poor that bear the consequences. It's the bottom end of the income distribution. And I wanted to link that to real people, because it's not just, this requires putting together big data to tell a story that's very, very important to hear. At the end of the day, that story is a composite. Surveys are people. And so here's a quote from one of the pieces of qualitative work that was actually done by the Ghanaian team. And it's just a woman talking about COVID. And she says, respondent number 10, she says, economically and health-wise, I'm worried, because if anything would happen, I don't know where I would go and where I would start. Like if any of my family members were to die, I'm not sure I would bury them because I'm not working. And my policies lapsed ever since I stopped contributing. And COVID has accelerated that and has promoted that sort of vulnerability. Anyway, we want to bring that story to you. Two contributions, as I said at the beginning. The first is about your vulnerability to to catching COVID. So this type of work aims to identify individuals at greatest risk of contracting COVID-19 due to their living circumstances, and then understanding the inequalities and gaps in implementing non-pharmacological interventions across regions and other demographic characteristics. In other words, if you understand the living circumstances of people, how the pandemic hits them where they are, you've got to understand that, and you've got to make sure that your policies reflect that, because that is the circumstance that you're dealing with in any country context. And it's a serious intellectual agenda that combines frontier work in measuring multidimensional poverty and inequality and vulnerability with the best theory that we have, with the science that we have about COVID. So it's about the poverty and inequality, living circumstances, everything we know, and developing indicators of that, and the pandemic. So there's a very solid scientific foundation for this work, that enables us to look at the risks due to high population densities, high social contact, which can be in jobs, but it can also be whether you have to go down the road to get your water with the rest of your community. Those are very different things. Contact because being employed, or contact because you have to share water. Public transport, public health issues. Blend those together into these domains for multidimensional measurement that will give you a vulnerability, a measure of COVID vulnerability. Forgive the spelling of vulnerability there. I'm blaming spell check. Anyway, so this, a huge study was done across the continent, pooling data very respectfully, very carefully. Data quality has come up at this conference many, many times. You don't want to deliver findings based on nonsense. That's not helpful to anybody. But pooling data across 54 countries, here are some of the key findings of a study that looked at the COVID vulnerabilities in these domains. So approximately 720 million people lived in households with 26 individuals at home. That's greater than or equal to 6, not 26. Okay? Forgive my eyes. Right? So there's 700 million Africans living with more than 6 people in their household. That doesn't go away because COVID arrived. That's a reality that has to be taken on board. The median number of Africans lacking water on site was 72%, so they have to walk somewhere to fetch water out of the safe space of their homes. Of all adults and children, 57%, that's 700 million people, did not have soap or washing facilities in their house. So wash your hands, that's what we're told. Be responsible. Okay, that means different things to different people. And toilet facilities. So these are very telling. These are each domains or indicators of COVID vulnerability. And that's the reality in our African contexts. And it's very important to note, don't forget that the follow-on to this type of work is that this informs the non-pharmacological interventions. And so what jumps out at you? Well, vaccination jumps out at me. If this is the reality in which Africans live, you can't expect too much of a response, even best will in the world. There's only so much you can do yourself, sitting in your home, being a good mom. And so, you know, there's lockdown and doing the best you can, etc. But there's an imperative for government to deal with this reality, and vaccinations obviously become key. And it's featured in this conference a lot, right? The vaccine inequalities, especially with regard to Africa. And you know, the point was made earlier in the conference that the pandemic is uneven across the continent. Yes, that's true, but as we've heard many times, we're not finished with the story yet, right? This is a vulnerability to the pandemic. Are we really going to sit back and wait for COVID to pitch up and hit these vulnerable Africans? So that's the power of this work. It's also extremely powerful in looking at the what behavioral responses should we really be interested in when we talk about policy and behavior. In my opinion, the debate is dominated by trying to persuade anti-vaxxers on Twitter to get vaccinated. And it's a debate that's happening in the top 2% of the income distribution and far away from these people that we're talking about here. What are the behavioral things what's the partnership between government and these people? It's not really about persuading them about the usefulness of, yes, you must get vaccinated. It's not breaking your rights. We're far away from that issue. Okay, similar work has been done in South Africa by the South African ASA team. Here's a graph reflecting some of that work that looks at the intensity of vulnerability indicators by South African provinces. And red means intense. And reflected in this work is then a combination. We've got each of the individual indicators and we're counting them because it's very hard to aggregate across these different indicators. You're adding apples and oranges to some extent. So there's difficulty in that literature, but scholarship too. What can you see, though? What you can see, and you may or may not know this, but the most vulnerable pockets of South Africa, provinces of South Africa, are the poorest provinces. But also, some of them are the most populous, but not all of them. Some of them are extremely vulnerable despite the fact that they're not the most populous. So this is, of course, very important for the policy discussion. How are you going to roll out your campaigns? How are you going to prioritize your interventions, etc.? And one of the provinces at the top, I don't have a pointer, it's Limpopo province in South Africa, has done an incredibly good job of rolling out vaccinations. Very, very poor province, very hard to get to people, very rural. They've done way better than the rest of the country. But with usual South African hubris/arrogance, we don't seem to want to learn from Limpopo province about how to do this properly. But nonetheless, there are lessons to be learned. And they try and use information, and they take vaccines to people rather than expecting people to come to the vaccines. That's not rocket science. Still, the policy targeting is a point that I wanted to emphasize here, and one can take it further. If you have the data to support this, you can take it to the lower levels, like the health districts where health delivery really happens, for example. There's a science to this, a data science to this, and data quality. And so what we're showing you on the map here is that even within the provinces, you can take it to very local levels. So the province called EC, Eastern Cape, is a very poor South African province, and it had a very high vulnerability index on the previous slide. What can you see here? That's not even. Even within Eastern Cape, it's not evenly spread. There's pockets of extreme vulnerability. And so this is very, very useful information that can be used. And And it's important, as you get lower and lower down, you can tell quite a rich story that we've heard at the conference. We've heard case studies of urban informal settlements and the burden on them. Well, there are those in Cape Town too, on the southern tip. But Cape Town, the index is very good for Cape Town, but you've got to get to the level of disaggregation. But nonetheless, my point is the usefulness of these exercises in policy. The second contribution that ACE has made, and my Ghanaian colleague later will come back to the equivalent work, and my Kenyan colleague in Ghana and Kenya. But we've also made a second type of contribution of tracking the pandemic using longitudinal data. And the role on policy. I'm going to move quickly through this because I want us to focus rather on the Ghanaian and Kenyan studies. But in South Africa, the pandemic rolled through from March 2020. You can see on the screen the peaks of the pandemic, and right at the end, it stops in June 2021, that we were on the up again for the third wave of our pandemic in the country. Well, the social scientists in the country got together to use a longitudinal survey that we have that's been tracking South Africans since 2008 to continue tracking them through the pandemic, to track the impact of the pandemic on the South Africans. It was a high watermark for South African social science. We rose to the challenge in a sense, but we had the equipment to do that. We had this panel study. You can see schools closing on the graph, and you can also see waves of this panel study. There were 5 waves, following about 7,000 South Africans off out of a sample of about 35,000. But so telling the biggest national level picture that we have in the country. So just a quick highlights package. One of the government's responses was to roll out some emergency grants. South Africa has very, very good social protection already. But government rolled out 2 types of grants. One was to top up existing grants, and the other one was then to find a new grant for the economically active, in other words, those who were in work who might be losing jobs, etc. And so it was a massive effort. And the tool can track that through the pandemic. And I should just say that the research community was very involved using these same survey data in designing these emergency interventions. We were involved, and it was our privilege to be involved. What makes sense in the South African context? Okay, so here's what we see in the data. Well, the first bar in each of the 3 measures of hunger, run out of money for food, household hunger, or child hunger. The first bar is April, and some of the grants were beginning to be in place, but not many. By June, and before the sharp onset of the second wave, all of the grants were in place. And you can see hunger reduce. It doesn't go away. People have structural issues. Poverty, inequality still exists, but you can see the hunger reducing because of the impacts of grants. With your panel data, you can actually do decent, scientifically designed work to try and make sure that that's grants rather than something else that you're picking up. But nonetheless, that's an important story. On the employment side, we've heard a lot about employment over the conference from a number of the speakers, including Robert on Monday afternoon. What we had in South Africa was that we lost, under the lockdown, we lost almost all the jobs that we'd accumulated in the previous 10 years. But lost is a relative term, right? At that lockdown, the employment dropped by that amount. And then our instrument can then track the country through that. Across the 5 waves, and what do we see? We see some recovery. It's a textured recovery. It's not necessarily the people who had the jobs before getting back the jobs. There's a subtle story that's very important to understand. But what do you see too? That the subtle recovery is gender biased. women didn't have the same levels of recovery as males did. So this is all important stuff. And in the spirit of how ARUA has had to go about its work under COVID, it's my pleasure now to splice in Robert. That's how we've gone about our work the last year and a half. Isn't that true of all of you? From Ghana, to tell you about some of the Ghanaian contributions. So please, Robert.
Thank you very much, Murray. Actually, I was enjoying your talk so much, I forgot I had to chip in. But it's really exciting work. And what I just want to reflect on is this issue about the preparedness and vulnerability, but using the COVID as the covariate shock, and then trying to understand what the spatial dimensions of this is in Ghana. And I think that two main takeaways here. First is that in terms of vulnerability, again, for the northern part of Ghana, vulnerability is relatively very high compared to the southern part. And it is also reflected in the preparedness of households across the country. And one of the things that you do also find playing a bit more with the data is the fact that the vulnerability and the preparedness are actually highly correlated. And so those that are more prepared are less vulnerable, essentially. Yeah, next slide, please. But also there is a wealth dimension of the preparedness. And essentially the data is also pointing us to the fact that the richest households, quartile of Ghanaians, essentially are more prepared. And indeed, for those in the poorest quintile, none of the households, 0% of households in the poorest quintile are actually qualify or have any of the indicators of preparedness taken in their favor. Now, the good thing or the interesting thing from a research perspective for us is that this is actually based on the Ghana Socioeconomic Panel survey data, which essentially is a panel for which we have 3 waves as at now. And this data that I'm showing is based on the 3rd wave. And so what this allows us to do is to actually reflect a bit more on the preparedness or vulnerability of households going back, and also in the 4th wave to see what changes are actually occurring in respect of these households. So there is the dynamics of it, and of course, there is the spatial elements of it, and indeed, inequality or the poorest households tend to be hardest hit by the COVID, essentially because of the preparedness. So even though in terms of case counts, you'd find that in regions such as Greater Accra, the case count tends to be high. That has to do with population density issues rather than the preparedness or vulnerability of these households. Because even within these regions, what you are finding is that the wealthier households tend to be more prepared and therefore are less vulnerable. But in the spirit of the panel data, could I go to the next slide, please? In the spirit of the panel data and what it enables us to do, and for now, I just want to reflect on some work that we have done with UNU wider, and essentially trying to understand, track the households over some period to try and understand how COVID actually impacted on largely urban employment. And this is an effort that we did between August and September, but we did collect a retrospective panel over February, April, and then August of 2020. And we collected the data in over employed respondents in the lockdown areas versus the non-lockdown areas, with the aim of trying to scientifically understand how the COVID actually, or the lockdown, which was a result of the COVID, impacted on employment and how that impact was differential across different households. Next slide, please. Now, this is just one slide which reflects some of the key findings of the study. And I think the one thing that is sure is that scientifically, we do show that the lockdown actually impacted on employment and income of households. And that impact also varied. Again, if you remember the points that I was making about the vulnerability and the fact that the vulnerability varies by income quintiles, here it's in terms of those in the formal versus informal sectors. And what we do find in this study is essentially that the lockdown's impact was highest for those in the informal sector. We have seen some recovery post-lockdown, but you still find that the COVID versus the pre-COVID levels of employment still is significantly different. And so what it suggests, therefore, is that the employment effects of the COVID has actually persisted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Robert. And we immediately pass over then to Professor Manda from the University of Nairobi to take forward this discussion in the Kenyan context. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I'm going to talk about the impact of COVID, the gendered impact of COVID on employment. I know in Kenya we have had several studies, some focusing on impact on poverty, impact on income, and on unemployment generally. But we see that the gendered impact of this COVID-19 has not been studied. So that is what we do in our study. And just move to the next slide, please. So that's what we do in our study. And just to begin off, we note that COVID-19 pandemic has had a shock on labor markets in almost every country, and particularly on African countries. And in Kenya, we note that in 2020, there was a decline in GDP growth. And just in the first 3 months of COVID-19 and the associated lockdown measures, there was an indication, a report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics showing that Kenyans lost about 1.7 million jobs in the first 3 months, ending in June. And so what we do in this study, we try to look at the impact of COVID incidence and COVID vulnerability, and then the lockdown measures or the containment measures that were undertaken on employment. Next, please. So in doing this, we know that during COVID, it was not easy to carry out data collection in the usual way. but alternative ways of carrying out data sets were used. And in Kenya, I can report we have three data sets, 2 panel. All of them were intended to be panel, but one of them, at least after the first, when the second wave was carried out, it was realized that it cannot be panel. So let me just mention the ones that are available. That is the Kenya Life Panel survey, COVID phone survey, which was undertaken in 2000 from April to September. This is the data set that we actually use in this study, but we are also pursuing ways of trying to see whether we can use the World Bank data set, which is the COVID-19 rapid response phone survey on households. And this one was carried out in May 2020 to June 2021. Of course, these two data sets, in terms of coverage, they cover the entire country, and they have the information on the variables we are interested in. We also have the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which carried out a survey on socioeconomic impact of COVID on households. This was, the first one was in May, and the second one was in June 2020. And so this is the data set that was intended to be a panel, but after many individuals dropped out from the data set, it was the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics pronounced itself on this and said it cannot be panel. So we have two cross sections of about 15,000 observations. So what we present here are preliminary results based on the first one, and we are pursuing ways of seeing how we can use these other two and probably link them to some of the waves that we have had, the COVID pandemic waves that we have had in Kenya when reporting this. The next slide is the next slide. So the next slide shows some results. The first column of the results, this is based on, this is where we analyze the COVID instance on participation in wage employment. And then the second column, we report the results on COVID vulnerability based on an index that we constructed just to see their impact. And we also, here we also look at the business lockdown due to the containment measures, mainly the lockdown and the curfew that was imposed by government in an effort to reduce the spread of this pandemic. And so generally, what we find is that COVID-19 instance, COVID-19 vulnerability index, and business lockdowns, business closure due to lockdowns and curfew have had a negative impact on paid employment. And this impact has been much more lower for women than for men. So men, the wage employment participation rate for women fell less steeply than that for men. That's what we find. Then we also find that women with COVID-19 infection or symptoms engaged in paid work at a higher rate relative to men with the same conditions. We are trying to come up with possible explanations for this, But in terms of vulnerability, when first by the same magnitude of COVID vulnerability, we find that men vulnerability, we find that women restrained from taking up paid work outside the home, while men go out of the way to look for work when faced with these high vulnerability conditions. Again, here we are still trying to see whether, to us it's not clear whether the men's labor market behavior detected in this data set is due to greater ability or to pay a risk or just to risk reference. So we are still trying to look at this. The study is still going on, and I think the final result, when the final results are available, then we will share with everyone. But these are the preliminary results, and we would like to stop there. Thank you so much.
I'll just wrap up in 5 minutes or so. Thank you very much for that work. And interesting to note, in the Kenyan work, there's then combining of the panel studies with the vulnerability to understand the drivers of vulnerability in some senses. So in drawing this keynote to a close, I just want to bring it back to the work of ASA in general, and both coming into the pandemic and then obviously looking forward. ASA's work program was really anchored around putting in place data sets to understand the poverty and inequality, the texture of poverty, inequality, and growth in African countries, with particular initial focus anyway on South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana. And what I have up on the screen here before you are 3 reports that were produced in each of those contexts in partnership with the national statistical offices of those countries. And then released as national statistical releases. And it's part of ASA's attempt to consolidate the quality data to do this work and to partner with government to use the fact that we are close to the policy community to start bringing evidence into the policy discussions and stimulating the national discussion itself. And this is shown to be important. This conference has many times made these links between the research community and the policy community very clear, and their importance. But think about this. This is what we did. This is what we were doing anyway. This was the appropriate groundwork to make the COVID contribution that we've made. I guess that's the point that I want to make this morning, that the investment, in a sense, in Arua's investment in putting these data sets together and in analyzing them and bringing our strength in measurement and panel data stuff becomes important. We've also developed training tools and started building the capacity more broadly on the continent in these areas. And we're now working with a number of other countries as well on similar data gathering diagnostic exercises. So all that means is that our work program, in a sense, was lining up nicely to make the COVID contribution that we made. That's true as well theoretically, or in terms of the intellectual ambitions of our center, because our key intellectual issue, or the key issue we have to understand in development of African economies, is this link between economic growth, poverty, and inequality. Because as we heard from John Ataguba, Robert, and many others, the continent did have a growth spurt from 2000 onwards, from 1990s onwards, actually. And we are we absorb a huge percentage of the world's poor, but the actual returns to countries of their economic growth in terms of poverty have been somewhat disappointing, have been very dampened. Professor Ataguba showed us that in some detail on Monday afternoon. And understanding that, how do you understand that? How do you understand the fact that employment and growth don't translate necessarily into poverty reduction? Well, inequality is essential. Understanding who's got what in your society and who can participate in growth. And so our intellectual agenda has been driven by trying to add value to this, the fact, really, that high inequality African contexts have been less successful in translating growth into poverty reduction. And we've got some very high inequality contexts on our continent. So the issue of inclusive growth turns a lot around understanding how to include people given the realities within which they live. And you can understand now the synergies between the COVID work and the general work that we were doing anyway about African development. So we've learned that high income inequality hampers economic growth, makes poverty reduction challenging, undermines political stability, weakens social cohesion. It's a real problem in the translation of growth into poverty reduction. But to confront that, as with the COVID work, you've got to confront these overlapping or multidimensional deprivations, same as the COVID work. That's the lived reality of people. And that's what they carry out of their household every morning into the labor market. So it links to a number of SDG goals. Here's the punchline. The COVID pandemic has sharpened what is needed to confront people-centered, inclusive, sustainable development for our continent. It's sharpened that, but we knew that anyway. It is very irritating, I guess, but importantly irritating to hear people say, the pandemic has uncovered the inequalities. That's just not true. We knew they were there, and we've been profiling them, and we did understand their textures. What we didn't understand, what has been sharpened, is how they lead to certain negative social outcomes, and how to push forward on that. So we think that the pandemic has actually, we leveraged our work program, but the pandemic has also sharpened and sped up what we do. So in conclusion then, let me return to ARUA as a whole. I repeat what I said in my first slide. The pandemic has made extraordinary demands on us. And the conference has really been inspiring in showcasing ARUA's responses to the pandemic. And the fact that the pandemic didn't wait for us to be interdisciplinary, it demanded that we be interdisciplinary. And so we got out of the cute discussions of how to do this, and we did it. Impactful partnerships were forged. And what's so impressive about the conference is we were able to bring our research at the quality that is needed into the policy influence. It's been really inspiring to hear people talk about their participation in the decision making about lockdowns, about vaccine rollout, etc. Similarly, it's also true of our contributions in the economic policy sphere. And it's such a privilege to bring our work to you all this morning, to put it in the pot of this amazing, inspiring conference, and we thank you for the opportunity to do this.
Thank you very, very much, Mary, and your team, Robert and Damiano. So we thank you very much. We do have some time for a couple of questions, if there are any. Throughout the week, we haven't encouraged questions after the keynote because those questions were going to be taken up during the plenary session following. But today, there's no plenary session following. So I am willing to take any questions for the next 10 minutes, if there are any. Yes. Yes, African beer. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sunday Adebisi. I'm the director of the Arua Center of Excellence for Unemployment and Skill Development, where we have the Urban University of Lagos. Thank you, Maureen, the last speaker. Two things. One is a kind of contribution, and the second one is like a question to some of the professors that talked about vaccine yesterday. I'm asking a question that why does it seem that it's very difficult for us at every point in time in Africa to stand up to our vaccine requirement, whether it has to do with Ebola that actually ravaged Africa, that started from Africa, malaria that is still ravaging us up to today, and the one that was imported to us, that is the COVID-19 in 2019. I could see the frustration in the face of Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. The last time she was vehement about the fact that how come Africa is left alone and this inequality is not acceptable, and the need for Africa to participate in the development and production of vaccine in the world. So I'm asking a question that the expert in this space, have you thought about the end-to-end value chain of manufacturing of vaccine? Because it's not cheap, and we must be very factual with us. As a professor of business, I understand that anybody that wants to invest into that must be very sure of one thing: the possibility of recouping this fund, whether it's going to be 25 years or 30 years, the legislation that will protect, those people that will be very interested to bring this kind of fund on board. Do we have such legislation? African leaders, the presidents, who should be much more concerned, are they talking about this in their AU meeting? How do we become a formidable force? All you guys today that you're talking about vaccine production and you're dealing in that space, how do you become a formidable force? In writing, putting up something strong to the president of Nigeria, the president of Ghana, the president of South Africa, telling them the reason for which Africa should not be left out. I think we need to begin to do this. Have you done that? Do you intend to do that? How do you want to do that? Can we congregate, whether under Arua, a kind of a webinar or a seminar dedicated to this, where all the experts in African universities are brought together to make African leaders to see that the world will not wait for us? Because whether we like it or not, another pandemic will come. What are you guys doing about that? That is one. Secondly, is a contribution. I made this contribution in 2016, I guess, when we had the Arua conference in the first one, I think, in Ghana. Arua network is a solid and fantastic network, but I am thinking that it should go beyond academic gathering, where we talk about our research and we bring our research to the world and Africa. I want us to be policy influencer, because for everything we've seen, the leaders of Africa need to begin to listen to the academics. And I can see that within Arua, which is being led by our leader here, we put together almost all the universities that matter in Africa. Why is there not this handshake between the universities that matter in Africa and the policies that these leaders are trying to deploy in Africa? Something is wrong. And I think we have to change the narrative. We have to be vehement in what we do. We're not joining politics, but we're going to be very, very strong in our position of the fact that there is no nation of the world, no region of the world that can move forward without listening to the thinking, the guys that think in that region. And I think it is high time we started doing this in Arua. Because when you look at what we've been discussing in the last 3 days, my question is how many ministers of head of African countries have taught the way we have taught and have even given attention to what we're giving attention to here? We are these ministers of head. Is it that we did not invite them? Is it that we invited them and they didn't see this as very important? I think I want to say strongly that our communique that will be coming out of this place should be addressing this very strongly. Because These are the think tanks of Africa. These are the solid professors in best universities in Africa. Why are we still getting it wrong? Why can't they listen? We should make them to listen to us. Because this is important. Until we do this, we may go nowhere. Because we just gather every 2 years, talk about pertinent things in Africa. We are not policy makers. We cannot implement. But we are the one that will spend our money, our resources, our time to go into the field to research. All the guys in medicine, the guys in vaccine have spent more than 26 months of their life, putting their eyes into how to solve these issues. But the guys who are making the policy, are they listening? If they're not listening, what do we do? So I think we need to be radical about this. That's my own contribution. We need to be radical about this now as African citizens. We need to be globally competitive. We've lost it in second industrial revolution, third industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is here. It will not wait for Africa. How do we rise up as academics and experts and ensure that we make this guy to listen to us? And I think that is very important. Thank you very much. That's my contribution.
We have any more contributions? If not, we'll take a break now and resume after 10:30 in various, just 1 second. The program shows which centers of excellence we're meeting this morning, and then those that will be meeting in the afternoon. So when you come back from your break at 10:30, the meeting rooms are open, and we will be there to assist you in whatever way. There are 7 meetings this morning and then 6 in the afternoon. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the very last session of our 3-day conference. In this last session, we will have a policy roundtable. The idea behind the policy roundtable is to give our researchers an opportunity to put their messages together for the various governments we have in the region. After a 3-day conference, what message do we want to send to our governments, the governments of Africa, and other policymakers who should be interested in what we are doing? So for this afternoon's roundtable, we have 5 speakers who will be introduced by the chair when he begins. Our chair for the afternoon is Professor Zebulon Zenzele Vilakazi. He's Vice Chancellor and Principal of Wits University and was appointed in January 2021. Previously holding the position of Vice Principal and DVC Research, he brings a wealth of experience, insight, and knowledge to the university and the executive team. Professor Vilakazi is committed to making a positive impact on society through creating and advancing global knowledge and fostering graduates to be leaders with integrity. He is currently a member of the Program Advisory Committee for Nuclear Physics at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Russia. In 2010, he was nominated by the World Economic Forum as a young global leader and is a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa. He has an extensive list of refereed articles in nuclear and high-energy physics, and is a regular invitee for talks and presentations at conferences and seminars. Please join me in welcoming Professor Zebulon Vilakazi.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Professor Ariete, for that kind introduction. And it's so wonderful to be here, Professor Kobe, in this beautiful campus of yours. And it's been a delight to actually co-host this very, very important Arua conference with you. As we are now at the tail end of the conference, I'm giving a very difficult, what you call graveyard shift of between being you and the weekend. So please bear with me for the next 90 minutes or so. But what is the problem statement here? The problem statement is to ask what can basically our governments do to deal with these mega challenges. I can turn it the other way around and reflect from a speech given in 1961 by the then young President Kennedy. Maybe he said, ask not what your governments can do, but what you can do for your continent, right? So we have the agency, we have the institutions, we have the intelligence, the wealth, and the will to actually do it ourselves. But anyway, I'll juxtapose it back because we are part of a body politic and we need to be part of providing solutions to our policymakers. We have the wherewithal, if guided properly, to actually implement with the right political will. With that, I'm delighted to introduce a very distinguished and august set of speakers who will address this problem statement. And I'm aware that all the panelists are online and we have an audience in the room and an audience online as well. So I'll go through the bio of each one, introduce them. They'll speak for 10 minutes, then introduce the next one. There are 5 of them, so they'll be given 10 minutes just to give their problem statement. So in about 15 minutes time, when you are done with the presentations or their inputs, then we will have a Q&A that will extend until 20 past, then we close. Is that okay, Prof. Ariete? Okay. With that, then I'll start with the our first respondent to the problem statement above. That is Professor Olukemi K. Omudu, the Professor of Genetics, Molecular Biology, and Public Health at the Institute of Public Health at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. She obtained her master's and PhD in molecular biology and genetics from the University of Ibadan and her postdoctoral research training at Harvard University. She has been involved, among others, in several public health genetics research studies in childhood infectious diseases and non-communicable disease, which is a topic du jour for today because we are in the middle of this pandemic. She has been involved in several collaborative research work with experts within Nigeria, her home country, and across the continent and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to give this platform to Professor Amodu to make her deposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes. Very well.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Sorry. Oops. Okay. So what should our governments do differently with this issue of preparing for maybe the next pandemic? I'm sure we know the issues we face, and from this picture, I'm showing a woman who is being spoken to by a researcher, and it shows this tells a lot of stories of social, cultural issues, socioeconomic issues, poverty, ignorance, lack of adequate knowledge of what is going on, apathy towards issues of health, and even some community shared misinformation or rumors, and most importantly, public mistrust of our government. And these are issues we are facing now and we need to address. From studies we carried out here in Ibadan during the COVID pandemic, during these times, we had people who had different views about the COVID pandemic. Some people actually didn't believe that it exists. Some thought it was a government conspiracy, and some thought, oh, it's a lie and I don't want to believe this. So these are issues we face. And so what are the points or the recommendations? I mean, these are just one of the things that we face. We have even our health services that are not very well put together. We have the stagnation in health services, even in normal vaccine uptake. It's quite low even in our countries, particularly in Nigeria. We have very low vaccine uptake with our children. And even with the COVID-19, a few days ago, there was a report that only about 30 million out of 200 million Nigerians have taken the 2 vaccines of the COVID, and that's about 15%. So this is very low. So how do we prepare for the next for the next pandemic? What are the things that we can do? One of the recommendations I have is that we need to begin to use the media as a tool. And how can we do that? I mean, how do we train stakeholders? How do we train the public? How do we let people know about issues that are so important for their lifestyle, for health, and all that? And we could start by training all our stakeholders using the traditional media. There are many young people who go around the newspaper stands, and they use that as a kind of socialization. So these are areas in which we can, tell people about the issues at hand, the issues that they need to take, as important. The television adverts also are very important, and these are the traditional media. Again, how do we involve the public in mass education? How do we make them participate in educating themselves? Another way is to use role playing. Now we have what you call TikTok and the radio for traders, market women. People will get involved themselves and give their own solutions. They'll give their own suggestions, and they learn as they are doing that. And another way is also to achieve behavioral change in the society. And now we have this social media, and we have what is called social media influencers. These are people that are that have large following among the media. They have a large following among the youth, and these are people we can train to, carry the message to the people. Again, we have what we call popular culture, and we can use the popular culture to promote health campaigns. And what is the popular culture? We have musicians who are so popular among the youth, even old people listen to music. And using their lyrics, we can use it even to get people to get this message across to our society. So the government can harness these tools to be able to get, to increase public education, to increase mass education, to bring all these issues close to the people. And we have, all our universities have research findings. We have all this research that we publish. How do we make this close to the people? How do we simplify this, that people may understand what is at hand? We can use all these tools that I've just mentioned, and even YouTube channels. These are tools we can use, innovatively to bring our messages across. Again, something that is also crucial is social equality. And what do I mean by that? We need a whole health system overall. We need a health system, the health services to be for all and non-discriminatory. We need the health system to be accessible and available for people. We need people to be able to come to the health centers and they can get the services they need. For example, here we've done some studies here in Ibadan, and we have rural areas where you only have one community worker that is available for 13 communities. So the health services are, like they are stagnant, and we need a complete overall of our health system. Then we talk about poverty. I'm not going to talk too much about poverty. I'm sure somebody else may do that. But one thing I know is that poverty reduction is very crucial at this time. And we need to target our large youth population. And we need targeted solutions, innovative solutions to be able to do this. And also we need to be able to mainstream our public education along gender lines. Women are so crucial in, giving information to the young people and giving information to the children, and so they should be carried along, particularly in the rural areas. There are ways we can get women together, teach them about the issues that are at hand, and we need to be prepared, how to get prepared for the next, maybe pandemic that we see. Again, public education should be interpreted and communicated in indigenous languages, because sometimes when we send all these messages to people, the way it is transmitted, the way it is received, it's not received in its basic language. There can be misconstructions, misunderstandings, and then you have communities resist the changes that are supposed to help them. Sustainability is also very, very important. What are the gains we have from this current pandemic? What are the things that we have gained in terms of measures, health measures? We need to continue to maintain this. There has to be a continuous utilization of the methods that we've achieved now. We should not allow ourselves to forget. There should be no memory loss immediately we are out of the pandemic and we are free again. There should be a continuous reminder that, look, there are ways in which we need to maintain our health. And we need to construct public spaces as a platform for this kind of social interactions. What do I mean by that? For example, in Nigeria, we have different social groups. We have artisan groups, we have market women, and these platforms can be used as, for health campaigns. The government should be able to do that, should come down to the level of the people and talk, create these platforms for social interactions. And there are many leaders in the public space. There are people who are social leaders who have influence among the people, not just political leaders. There are people within, that we need to identify, people who can lead people, who can encourage people, or who can be influencers socially. And then I think that policymakers also should take both steps to harness the understanding within the public space. People have their own, even the man on the street has his own ideas, has his own views, and this can be harnessed and put back together, like for example, in town hall meetings, so that you know exactly what the people are thinking and how to be able to solve the problems they see. And finally, we need to talk about strategic funding. This is so important. There has to be increased allocations to fund research in health, increased allocation to fund education for, strategic preparedness. This is very important. We have to strategize how we want to plan for this. We shouldn't just allow things to just come upon us and we are not ready for it. And then we need increase in our budget allocation for science and biotechnology, particularly. We need indigenous research in biotechnology. We need indigenous research in science. We need indigenous research for drugs and vaccine production. We need to be able to own our own drugs as Africans. and not just import drugs. We need, because you see, there are some of these drugs that we import that they do not suit our genetic makeup. We need to understand this, and we need to know what our genetic makeup is like, and to be able to identify drugs that will suit us. So these are issues we need to take together and draft and implement nationally. And I think that if we have indigenous health research and people know that they own this research, it creates confidence in the citizens in these critical government policies. This is very important. And finally, I would say that I think that there's a need to have a creation of maybe something I would call a special national disaster intervention fund, something to save for the rainy day. Not that the day comes and then we are scrambling about on how to save ourselves, but to have something we have saved for that day. These are my own recommendations, and I just acknowledge the people that have helped to put this together. And some of the studies were from a team, Shivax, that was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amudu. I'm sure that some of us have made notes. I did make plenty of notes, and they'll form part of a very rich conversation that will ensue subsequent to this discussion. The next speaker is Professor Adebayo Onajole, who's also online as well. Professor Onajole has practical experience in management as a director of the Institute for Child Health and Primary Care of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. That job he's done for between 2008 and 2015, and has served as a national lead for communication mobilization and community mobilization and communication for the 2014 Ebola control program that you all remember very well. He also served as a consultant to several national and international NGOs, and also has been involved in research in areas such as disease control, environmental epidemiology, and family health system. He has in excess of 80 publications and has supervised over 50 postgraduate theses to successful completion. What a remarkable achievement. Over to you, Professor Adebayo.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you can hear Professor Majola.
Thank you very much. I'll be talking on policy, what African governments should do differently. And like you rather mentioned, my name is Eti Anojale. I'm a professor of community medicine and public health at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Nigeria. Let me abide with all the existing protocols. I'm not very good at protocols, so I will abide with them. What policies should do differently? I will be looking at it under 5 topics. The need to change the poverty cycle, the ensuring of the retention of critical staff, policy based on data and scientific evidence, and reorientating the communication processes based on facts and building on the available electronic platform. A major issue in Africa is more poverty. And when we talk about poverty, we're talking about poverty of the pocket and sometimes poverty of the mind. Because there are a lot of people who may have opportunity. They are assumed to be educated, but they lack access to the right information. And that's one of the reasons why sometimes fake news even spreads so fast. And poverty is also known to lead to the cycle of violence. Virtually in every part of Africa, there are a lot of crises. And you're having, sorry, there is an aeroplane flying up over. So let me take a minute for it to go down. So cross over. Basically, there's so much poverty in several parts of Africa. And this itself are leading to both minor crises and major crises. And we are seeing issues of internet displacements and even refugee situation. And this tends to drain a lot of resources that are needed for other developmental activities. Hence, there's a need to tackle upfront the issue of poverty cycle and the issue of making education available to all. We also have a major challenge in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, and that is the issue of brain drain, especially in the academia and the health sector, where I actually belong. A lot of people are migrating, and we haven't challenged the people who are at least
Professor Onajolo, noting that you've got bandwidth issues, maybe you can mute your camera. That helps spare a little bit of bandwidth. If you can mute your camera, please. Because we've got a presentation in front of us. Hope you can hear me. I think you froze. I know that other speakers haven't joined us online, but that still just gives us enough opportunity to just reflect on some of the issues raised by even Professor Onajole. I mean, just start with him. I think he left right on a high note. The cycle of... It's coming, okay. Cycle of poverty, let's just also note that, because poverty leads to violence, and violence leads to drainage resources, and drainage resources leads to brain drain. So therefore, you almost are caught in this vicious cycle. So you've got to reverse the spiral. I think that's a very key challenge. And that relies heavily on governments as well. And I think that's one key point that came out screaming in front of us. And I think we are working on getting him back. We'll need to take that into account. And I think Professor Anuri spoke to me about the role played by other role players. I mean, we in the scientific academic sphere, sometimes are in one big echo chamber, but I think you need to go to villages out there and talk in a language that they understand. I think that's where I think, and that's a question I'm going to ask them to comment, which Professor Amori didn't mention, is the role of religious leaders. I've got relatives who believe more in what the priest says than they believe in a scientist like myself. They have more power to convince our mothers to vaccinate, right? In front of scientific evidence in front of them. And I'm sure that all of us know that. So that's a role, I think, that I never saw Professor Anori mention that, the role of various religious leaders in the mosque, in the shuls, in the churches, and the temples. That's very, very important in South Africa to consider, I mean, on the continent to consider as well. And as she comes back, I'm trying to buy time with technology. But I think, can the team help me here a bit? Okay. So those are the two issues, but I'll, just to keep the flow going, pick up comments from the audience, if there are any, both online and physically here. Mr. Drennan, Robin? Yeah, you can move. So you've got one speaker. Is there a roving mic, actually? Okay, Robin from VETS has a question to ask, or a comment to make.
So thanks to the speakers. I just wanted to make the point that I think during the COVID pandemic, certainly a lot of governments across the world have embraced the scientific approach to the pandemic. If I compare that in a South African context to the HIV/AIDS situation, which was an entirely different response. So I think the time is right now. Our first speaker made that point of using the media to convey the message about the science of these pandemics and making a difference. So I would say it's probably a prime time now to work on that, build on that motivation, momentum, and make it grow even further. We mustn't let it slip back and let science drop sort of out of the news. I think now's the time to strike. I hope that's an opinion that people can resonate with.
Thank you, Robin. That's very important. Talking about strikes, Johannesburg had incredible lightning strikes yesterday. So, yes, I'm going to talk, because I think Professor Amuru is actually, to use the language of cricket, She's the only standing batsman. Okay, so she'll be the one who's going to be doing the fielding whilst her teammates are coming through. So Professor Anudu, I think those are the kind of inputs that were made. Is she here? Is he here?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, plus, whilst we have it, Professor Omar Jole, just wait a little bit, whilst Professor Amudu just needs to make one or two comments, because we're waiting for you. Thank you. Professor Amudu?
Okay, I think I agree with this, that it's time for us to harness what we have, because as scientists, we want our messages to be given to the people. So I think this is the time to do that. We need to really put that out. And we have all the tools now to be able to do this. I think the challenge for us is to put our science in such a language that people will understand. That may be difficult, but I think we can learn that again. We can relearn that, how to put the scientific things in such a way that people will understand. I think we need to do that now. We really do.
Thank you very much, Professor Nudu. I know that Professor Amodu, apologies, Professor Obayole has joined us.
Okay,
have you lost him? Have you lost the... Professor Onajole, I think you are joining.
He's joining.
Okay. His presentation appeared. Apologies, colleagues. We have a bit of a technical glitch. I think the software has done so well for the whole 2 days. It's on its last legs. So it's Friday afternoon, so the technology has decided to give up on us. But I think you've got an audience here, and I think this is basically about communication. And Professor Ariete has a comment to make. Please come to the stage, sir.
Thank you very much, Zebulon. One thing that I have learned throughout this conference is the way universities and pharmaceutical industries work together in the search for a vaccine or vaccines. I've seen from the various presentations made several examples of high-intensity collaboration. What people talk mainly about is the Oxford-AstraZeneca connection, but there are many others. We all know that the Pfizer, Moderna initiatives all had universities as strong partners. So I was wondering why, if we can intensify these relationships in times of serious crisis, why we don't do that in normal times. I know that there are relationships. They support internships, they support various activities, but clearly not enough is being done on that score. I take a place like South Africa, where we know WITS, UCT, Pretoria, they are very good vaccine development researchers in all of these universities, and yet there's no vaccine manufacturer in South Africa. What is it that is holding us back in terms of attracting big investments in the manufacture of vaccines? Why shouldn't there be a strong engagement between governments in the region and the manufacturers of vaccines around the world, so that we can, it's something that the evidence is that it can work. It can work. So if it can work and bring money to the people who do invest in them, why is it not being done? And I would hope that panelists will be able to provide some insights into how this can be achieved. Thank you.
And that's a very big provocation, and I think I'll take a chance and answer that question. And I might get into political trouble here, but I think I'll do that nonetheless. Is that one Nobel Prize that was awarded to a South African was a fellow, I think he was on the sport here and Rhodes University, then he went overseas, say Arnold Tyler, or his father and son, Adam Max or Arnold Tyler, for basically vaccinology, right? And to this end, I think up until, it's correct, rinderpest, wiping out of rinderpest, which was quite a pest for, in particular, livestock on the African continent. And he was a founder of was instrumental in establishing the under support veterinary facility, which was the largest the best of its kind in the world. What has happened, I'm going to be blunt here, is that up until 1990, 3 or 4 or 5, we were able to produce our own vaccines. And then there were some certain policy decisions that were taken that actually, sadly by the democratic government, taken actually to see this as like, a nice to have. So the capacity has historically been there actually in South Africa. So that is actually one of the things, and I said that I'm saying it actually, that you actually did have a capacity, which is why it's to be easy for us to actually rekindle that. Obviously now expertise has left, people have passed on, but I think we've got a new generation coming through. We've got broader collaboration, which is why Arua will be central, because now we can bring those, you can bring that to scale, as it were. So Ernest, I've got an answer for you. It was done before, it can be done. It's like Man on the Moon, right? Americans did land Man on the Moon, but now they can't launch a vehicle. They rely on Elon Musk because the political will is not there. So I think it's about the political will, which actually addresses that question. Professor Modu?
Okay, I've unmuted myself. Okay. Yes, I think it's about the political will. I like the way you said that. There's so many, we are so blessed or rich in Africa with people who have, who have the wherewithal concerning this, the research and all that. So I think we need to find a way to coordinate our universities and the industry and the government, somewhere in between, and so that there is a collaboration, so we are not just doing the research in the universities and it's not being applied in the industry. I think that is where there's a disconnect. And that is where we need to come together, and like I mentioned in my presentation, if we have this production that is indigenous, it gives us a sense of confidence in ourselves as Africans that, we can do this and it works. And if it works, then we know that we can go on again and continue to do it. So I think this is where we need to come together. We need to, like I mentioned, the government needs to fund research, biotechnology research. We need to do that now. We have the wherewithal, we have the manpower, we have people trained to do this, but we don't have the facilities, we don't have the power, the political power to be able to do this. And that is where the government comes in. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask another further question, Professor Nauru? How do you...
Okay.
The previous speaker, the speaker after you spoke about the brain drain, right? So brain drain is caused by a lot of political factors as well. And the environment that someone feels that, no, the country doesn't allow me to do what I ought to do. So, because that's a question that the Professor Ariete and the organizing committee asked me to pose. What can governments do? So now, another problem that was mentioned was the brain drain. I see Professor Cooper's hand is up, but I'll ask you first, then Tony just come in. Okay, thank you. Can you respond to that? Because that was a very important point, then I'll come to Professor Cooper. Just once it's done, yeah.
Okay. So I think for brain drain, what causes brain drain is really frustration. You have all these ideas. There are many people that came from the West and they are back in Africa and they had all these ideas. They are going to do this. They want to help the people. They want to be able to do this. We want to work with our own people. For example, I work in genetics, molecular biology. I want to do a lot of work on our own population and see what are our deficiencies and how can we apply things to work. And then you get here, you really don't have facilities to work and you get frustrated. And so you look for the next, flight out where things work, in quotes. That's what we say. So I think the government needs to be able to we give facilities. Maybe it's not so, maybe it's not as big or as expensive as the West or, developed countries, but we are also developing, and, there are ways we can keep our interest here. And even with the little that we do, if the government takes what we do and say, oh, you do this, we want to learn more about it, and how will this help our people, then it gives us encouragement that what we are doing really helps, or what we are doing really does something in our society. So I think this is important. This is one way to, take away brain drain. People, they work until they get so frustrated, and then they say, oh, I can't work here anymore, I need to go. But some of us stay because I think some of the things that hold me down is, who is going to teach the next generation, what to do? There are many very brilliant students amongst us who we need to encourage to do work amongst us. So that's one thing that keeps me seated and say, and I don't get frustrated. Oh, I get frustrated sometimes too. But I look at the students and say to myself, oh, if I run now, there's no other me that will be able to do this for my students. So that is one encouragement for me. So there are many ways we can encourage we researchers to stay here and do the work we're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clear answer, and I think I'll wait for Professor Kupe to add his bit, because he's the president of the university, so he's part of government. So let's see what he says.
I'm not here as part of any government. I'm actually now asking you as a professor of media studies. So I was fascinated by your slide on the ecosystem of the media, if you like, but I want to zero in on one form of the media, the social media. As we know today, as any public health expert will know these days, the social media or digital media is a double-edged sword. It can reach more people, especially the younger people. It's on people's fingertips. But we also know that it is the largest carrier of fake information or misinformation and disinformation, and is the media of choice for anti-vaxxers and people like that, and many of those people that, if you like, undermine public health campaigns. In the HIV/AIDS, most of the AIDS dissidents were live online, and certain important people, even in this country, consumed information from that side. So what do you think from a policy perspective and from a public health campaigns perspective ought to be done to ensure that we maximize the digital and social media so they enhance public health campaigns and do not, in a sense, send the negative and contrary messages?
Okay, I mentioned there that we have social media influencers, and these people have large following. So is there a way we can harness them? Because largely what they say, people take it to the bank. And we need to be able to use this kind of people. So that is one way to go against, this fake news. If we present the real news to them, and we have the soldiers who can do that, or our foot soldiers who are trained to, among the young people, they have a way they get themselves to follow each other. And if we can harness that, that would be very, very useful. Let me give you a very funny example. The last couple of days, we had a musician in Nigeria who said that he wants to clear his car or something from the ports, and asked his fans to help him raise money. And within a few hours, they raised millions of naira. So that is our young people. So how do we get, people like this who are influencers in the society, influencers among the youth, to listen to us? If they listen to us and if government tells them, oh, this is, and we researchers say, this is what we have, and we want you to tell your people that this is the real news, I'm sure we can, with that, they can get the large following, they can get, and the young people are so many. We have a large population of them, and they turn things, they are very, very, very influential. So I think this is very important. We bring instead of being afraid of fake news, we put the news out ourselves, and we, in a strategic manner, in a way that, they get to learn the truth, even amidst the many fake news that is flowing around. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mudu. And I think I think I'll put back to Professor Cooper and challenge him because he's an expert on this. So we look forward to getting an article either in the conversation, because that's what's always scratching our heads as vice chancellors, because you find that the information just runs ahead of you, be it in terms of managing dispute with staff and students, that we, coming from the pre-social media era, just battle. You just cannot control the narrative. So, Tawan, I look forward to your article. It will help me a great deal from your expert point of view. So, okay. So I've got 3 questions. I just want to, I will go. Please, I think this part of the beauty of this is that you all have to have the exercise. So if you're asking a question, then please come up. And then we've had 2.5 days of feasting, so we need to work it out. In order, you go first. And feel free to answer questions. I mean, you don't want Professor Amuri to be the only one who's doing all the betting, but please go ahead.
Thank you, VCs, and for the presentations as well. So I come from the life sciences background, and we talk about the science, and COVID wasn't anything out of the ordinary. We knew this was coming. The public health world has been talking about it, and we had forerunners in the form of H1N5 and Ebola, Rift Valley fever, etc. So there were these outbreaks, but they mainly descended on the health systems. So we always address the pandemics from the health point of view. But for the first time, what happened is the whole of society stopped. The airline industry, the hospitality, everything stopped. So this is the first time we have an opportunity not to advocate for an issue as scientists or medical people, but for the whole of society. And this is what we need to do for government, to say, how do we formulate policy in a way and recommend policy that all of society wants? And the thing that comes to mind now is when you look at many places in the world, the vaccine mandate. They're saying it's mandatory to have the vaccine to go back to work or to go to institutions or any sort of collective environment. And yet there's resistance to this. So it comes back to the point you started with of what can the people do for the government as well as what the government can do for the people. And we're at this point now in Africa particularly of this participatory governance. How does civil society and government work together on the policy rather than be in opposite camps? Because that's the way we can achieve collectively. And it's just an open question of we can formulate the right policies, but the real impact and implementation of it will come through that participatory field.
Wonderful to hear. Great. I think was Professor Amuri two exceptional inputs.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Mine is a contribution and almost an answer to Professor Aize's question that why can't we form a formidable block and begin to produce these vaccines and this drug-related thing? And that's why when Arua came on board about 6 years ago, there was so much hope on my own part, so much aspiration. And then 6 years down the lane, my expectation today is that Arua has a position in AU, being the think tank and the agent of change that we actually want to be. What I want us to realize in this big global game of vaccine and of this epidemic, is that the world wealth will migrate to that. It started with agriculture, moved to production, moved to oil. We are hearing names of great people like that were into oil industry. Then it moved to IT. And when you look at global sales of cell phone, Africa buy 60% of the world cell phone produced in developed country. It's not going to be better with this vaccine. And that's why we have to negotiate our way. It's not that when we have the ability to produce a mass, that will be allowed to. We have to negotiate our way. I want to give 2 examples. In the 80s in Nigeria, in the eastern part of the country, 48% of importation, foreign importation, happened to be drinks, hot drinks, red wine, this and that. Then there was a local alternative, the local gin, made from palm wine distillation process. It was banned. It was banned. It was the local gin in Nigeria up to today remain illegal. You can't produce it. You must keep on importing the red wine and the white wine from Italy all over the world. The same thing is still going on.
In South Africa.
The same thing is still going on with the oil industry. You see in the local headline, 900 illegal refineries destroyed in the Niger Delta. These are people that were producing petroleum. But government would destroy them. And because they tag them as illegal. But oil refinery is a very simple process, distillation process. But we produce oil, we sell crude oil, and we import. Just like Nigerian farmers, East African farmers were producing coffee. But we plant, and they produce, and we import back. The same thing will happen to Fasne. We just have to recognize it, that since AU is there, ARUA is there, we have to negotiate the future of Africa. It cannot continue to be produce cocoa, produce coffee, and the farmers were still living in poverty because we export and we buy back at almost 20 times the value. So no matter the laboratory we set up, the research findings, we have to have the political power to negotiate our way. That is the only way we can benefit from it. If not, fasting and epidemic-related drugs, they are the next source of wealth, global wealth, taken over from IT. So the global north and the industrial world, they are prepared. And if we just focus on research and production, it will be that they will buy our research findings at cheaper price, like they buy the cocoa, and will be buying the fascinating back from them. So, ARUA, AU, we should work together, stem up, and negotiate the future of Africa. If not, we'll remain in poverty. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, colleagues. Those were 2 remarkable inputs. Yes, we're just going to pick one more, because I think Professor Femi has done incredible, Amoud has done an incredible job in filling all the questions. Some of them actually just are problem statements or solutions that are being posited. The 2 that you've received recently are just about, for us, because I understand they are being recorded as well, and they'll be part of the transcripts, and kind of what are the solutions you come up with. Just to quickly reflect is that there was the famous author, who wrote this book on sapiens. He said that as a human species has moved, his name is Noam Harari, I think, Noam Harari. He spoke about in his book, Sapiens, he said human beings over the last, I don't know how many years of their growth and forming society, from the agricultural age to the modern age, we have moved from feudalism, where you had the feudal lords that controlled land, right? And with serfs kind of working under slave-like conditions. And then you moved around the industrial revolutions in various forms to the age of capitalism, where big capitalists came through, the Carnegies, the Mellons, and the Rockefellers. They were driven by the industrial machine, the industrial age, the way we changed our society. We created schools for mass education. We created big lecture theaters instead of small kind of like religious institutes that you have. That is capitalism. That has ruled until then. And now we're moving to the next era. It's the era of dataism. He who controls data rules the world. What did Putin say? He who controls AI controls the world. So therefore, the question is, who of it is Africa? Where are we? Because this is where you don't need to build a huge plant, you just need to equip people. The reason why we've actually been able to tag and troll and track this virus was because we have got advances in computing power that allows us to sequence it very fast. I'm speaking to experts, yeah? Our sequencing was so fast that when I talk to skeptics, they ask me, in 3 years, you're able to put a virus, how do you trust? I said, actually, in the old days, it took 10 years because they didn't have the instruments we have now, the global connectivity. So that, to me, is just one other case as a scientific optimist, positivist of the power of science. You just need to communicate the information, but we need to be part of it. We need to lead it. And you can only do that, Timothy, if we scale. South Africa alone, now, or Nigeria alone, or Kenya / Ethiopia alone, I'm just using those key big nodal areas, cannot do it. It has to be blocked. That's a skill. That's why we are here as Arua. Okay, so I'll take one more. Then I'm going to challenge Professor Lebrand because it's a question of inequality. And I think he's been silent, so I'm going to ask him to make his position on the statement. And then we'll take another comment. And then hear the closing comment.
Thank you very much, Professor Zeblon. I've had a lot of science, and I'm here to speak from the other side of things. Because the world is not only science, it's much more than science. If you look in all our countries, we have had a lot of strategic investments, whether in agriculture, whether in technology, and for some reason, they don't deliver the results they deliver in the places where they're coming from. Is this because the science is wrong? No, but people need to identify themselves within the science. I'm speaking like this, I'm coming from the Center of Excellence in the Notions of Identity, which is located at Makerere University. When you stood here after she spoke, you talked about how some of our mothers will believe the religious leaders more than they believe the scientist. And the scientist is saying something good, and is saying something wonderful. But why do some people choose to believe otherwise? When she spoke, Prof talked about the need to work with social influencers. The social influencers are not actually scientists. They could be anybody. They could even be illiterates. But why? Because the people believe in them. And what does this bring me to? Science has to be culturally relevant. When we had the Arua second biennial conference, I was impressed by the presentation from University of Cape Town, where they talked about teaching cultural anthropology in their Faculty of Engineering. And the exposition made that day was about how things like construction and housing had to be culturally relevant, otherwise people would not see themselves in it. We are having this struggle because we want to think for Africans. We come from a post-colonial past where Africa was problematized. And we do not want to think about Africa as having a different pathway. We have a different template from a particular part of the world, and Africa has to fit in because we are all products of that particular part of the world. So even when we come home, we tell our people what to do, and we have their best interests at heart. They don't believe us, so we pack our bags and we go back to Europe, because otherwise we are wasting time here. But what is wrong with us thinking, whether we are the best agricultural scientists or the best vaccinologists, whatever you call them, what is wrong with us thinking with our people in mind? Even whether we are talking about things like governance, every time we hear us speak, it is Africa is the problem. Africa doesn't work. Africa is like this. I think for me, I'm here today to challenge us. Can we think with an African lens in mind? He stood up and spoke at how we can plan better with the civil society and policymakers. I can assure you in all these Arua projects, we are trying to do that. The only challenge is maybe we haven't existed long enough to do that, or maybe we are not being heard loud enough and we need to do that better. If you look at every Arua Center of Excellence project, it has a role for uptake, it has a role for networking, it has a role for that. So that is being done, but I appreciate we need to do it more. But I think it's high time we stopped thinking for Africans and we started thinking with Africans. And when we do that, then we shall think, what is it? And I can give examples. In Uganda, we have matoke as a food crop. And we know very well that matoke is 70% water. That's what we are told. And I've been on the National Biosafety Committee for close to 16 years. And one of the things the National Research Organization groups have been trying to do is, since the Ugandans have refused to stop eating matoke, how do we make matoke both nutritious and also edible? Because the Ugandans are not going to eat anything else which is more nutritious. So they made it fortified. And when they fortified it, guys said it doesn't taste well. So no one wants to eat the matoke from the research bases. The scientists had the best interests in mind. They have invested a lot of money. If you go to the research bases in Kawanda and in Amulonge, they have done their best. They have Ugandan interests at heart. But the Ugandans are saying it doesn't taste well. So how do we get it to taste better? Could we begin by asking maybe the Ugandans, how do we get that taste? What does it mean to taste well? So that we balance both the cultural relevance, because when you talk to these Ugandans, they tell you the taste does not come just because the scientists have said it's good. Taste is formed as people grow up. So I appreciate all the science, and we are all here for the science. We are here to solve COVID-19, but one way of solving it beyond just scientific advancement and having highly technically skilled people, we also need to make sure that the message goes out, and maybe it's high time we found what the other side thinks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Whilst I'm getting Professor Lebron to come over, and then you can have one more word from Professor Amudu. Just behind me is the university I lead, has got like this iconic central building, which actually is going to be 100 years old, and it just fits right into Greece. 8 Corinthian towers, 8 Corinthian pillars, like the Acropolis, right in the middle of Johannesburg. But that's actually the beauty of syncretic knowledge as well. You must take that into, because knowledge is not exclusive. That's why we don't talk about knowledge now. We talk about knowledges. Build on what is there, and then make it grow syncretically and organically. And that is the challenge in terms of the knowledge question of the day. And with that, I just hand over to Professor Lebrand, who actually is talking about the core issue here. You've seen inequality play out. And I think, Marie, can you just talk about it in the context and what governments can do?
Thank you. This itself is an engagement. As you've seen, I was summoned as part of Arua, and it's a privilege to come and talk and add to the wonderful inputs that have been made. And so we were. I want to follow off the wonderful input that was just made about African participation, etc. And in a sense, the value proposition of Arua is really to leverage the African scientific community to address Africa's key problems, and not in a defensive way, but in a way that, as you were saying, in a way that if we're going to solve them, they have to be grounded in our reality, and we're bringing to bear our expertise. And if we do that, we have a huge contribution to make to the general progress of the world. I think we had a load shedding moment. I don't think I was that disruptive, was I? Keep going. Thank you. And so profoundly, in a sense, I view Arua as an intervention into an unequal world, and a world of unequal power relations. And it doesn't, from where we sit right now, it doesn't really make sense that Africa sits center stage of the world's poverty problems, and given the demographics of the world's inequality issues as they are rising, we're center stage, but we weren't center stage of the discussion of those issues and even of African poverty and inequality. On the contrary, we have some eminent academics. We have some who were invited in to that discussion that was dominated by the North in the language of this conference, and that needed to be countered. And I think that the value proposition of Arua was to counter that and to claim ownership of, we don't want to claim ownership of the problems because it's problematizing. I think that input was so valid. There are issues that we need to confront in our society, but we're not going to take them as defined from the outside. That said, if you claim ownership of these issues, it does require something of the scale of Arua. I think it's much like actually the discussion that Professor Arrietty was saying about, okay, the vaccine development, and there's got this whole global market, and how are we going to do this thing? Well, you've got to be very organized about it, because you can't actually, you have to leverage your country experiences, but you actually have to leverage the academic community at scale if you're going to confront these issues of inequality and understand them in the texture of our different societies, and become so insightful about them that you can actually push your way into the policy discussion of sorting them out. Because there's, in a sense, there's a useful convenience in the policy community if the World Bank comes in and tells you about your poverty and your inequality, and then they advise your government, and then they leave, and it's up to government to take it or leave it. I think what we're talking about here is a much more, a closer, in a sense, we're opening up for a potential partnership with government, but the analysis of our society and the engagement with our civil society makes for a strength coming from society to government. So we can give technical advice to government, but it's not take it or leave it anymore, or it shouldn't be, if the Arua community and our engagement with our civil society and our learning from civil society, as the input that was made just now comes to pass. And I think there are examples of that. For me, I was saying this morning in my keynote address that the conference has been quite inspirational. If you think about the people speaking and they bring to bear, okay, I sit on this vaccine committee in some country, right, in Kenya or wherever, or I sit on the committee that decides about the lockdown. The academic community has been pulled into those discussions, right, integrally in the leadership of those discussions because of their scientific excellence. I think it's happened in the economic community as well. But it's a complicated issue because we don't make policy. And one has to recognize that, right? So the potential to be co-opted, if you like. And I think in this country we've seen evidence of that where the advice and the scientific councils and things still then grind through the political process. And that's why what I'm saying is, in a sense, we're engaging with our societies as well, right? So it's not just, we hope to have impact on policy, but if government rejects the policy, we should have had an impact on the analysis of our societies that's much deeper than just advising. It's not a one-on-one, like you're an eminent scientist, as everybody in this room is, and you go and give counsel to people. It's not that. We're talking about a partnership here around our research. And in a sense, that's the only way inequality is going to be cracked, if I can just close off then at the theme of inequality, we won't solve the problems of inequality in our societies unless we have this broad strengthening of what we're proposing. What are the solutions? No, I think I should just stop there. Thank you.
Just before we go, I want to challenge you further based on what my colleague has said, South Africa. This is a much bigger knowledge inequality question, actually. I think you spoke about our policymakers not being listened to. Not listening to some of our scientists, and you've seen it how it played out in South Africa as well. But now the question is, and it comes with a lot of, even in your area of work, economics and public health, that a lot of our scientists, leading very strong institutions, scientists in the broader term, science in the Latin, knowledge, is that they actually become partners of the World Bank, World Health Organization, ILO, and the same information that didn't go directly, then it gets repackaged through those high-level panels in Geneva, then that gets taken. So it's from our own governments. So what can our governments do? I'm going to challenge you. How do you change that inequality of trust?
Well, so there I think that it's what can we do, right? Because it's us that are participating in these panels, but without the sort of the rich cross engagements at the same time. If we have the expertise, which we do on our continent, to participate in the World Health Organization, to be leaders in these groups, to be leaders in the thinking about strategies to overcome poverty and inequality. And so we're in these fora at the high levels, World Economic Forum, whatever, and then our government participates there, and then you're saying we get it back indirectly. That's also a failure of ours. It has to be, right? Because you can, the social engagement back home then isn't working right. You don't have to be invited, only invited by government into the engagement around, say, South Africa or your inequality issues. You can invite government as well into those issues, especially if you have the strength of your international influence. In other words, you can leverage that. I guess that's my point, right? You're eminent. You're doing really good science that's being really useful to policy making around the world. The fact that your government is then even taking it or leaving it from the international organizations, you have to make a noise as well back home, I think, and engage. What we haven't done well, it's such a good question that Professor Vilakazi is asking, because what we haven't done well is we've allowed ourselves to be isolated in a sense. There's this famous guy, there's a Professor Karim, who then does this sort of stuff. But as Professor Vilakazi said, in this area of the COVID pandemic, because of AIDS, because of history, there's a huge strength that we're not leveraging. I don't think we've leveraged it so much so that we got close with COVID, actually, where what the advisors were advising to government and what we were generally accepting as the consensus didn't come out quite like that in the policy space. But what did we do? We didn't shout, actually. We didn't say, no, but we participated in these processes and this is the evidence, and so how come you're doing half of it? How come you did take it or leave it, right? So in the South African context with the lockdowns, there were timing issues. There was the scientific advice that got given, and it was unanimous, and it was strong and well grounded in research. But what came out on the other side was a bit of a compromise solution. It strikes me as the pandemic wasn't really a moment for compromise, but we didn't push back enough, I don't think. But that is a very good question. And of course, it would be extremely helpful, though, if the international community was more committed, actually, to not just talking to government. right? Because that sort of validates the whole thing around where there's official consultation. So you have a huge meeting in Geneva where you develop some new protocols and things, and then the World Health Organization engages with the government. That is also a problem. And then you get a sort of a take it or leave it. You can see it in the climate change negotiations that have just happened, right? What happened at the end of the day? Everybody goes off to Glasgow, and then but there's all this research that informs the situation, and then people talk about it. And then there's these bilaterals between government and what commitments are you prepared to make? And it came up in some of the workshops today, actually. Those commitments, in many senses, were very delinked from the science that was prevalent within Arua and within our countries, actually. Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank Professor LeBrun for the rich input. Now you raise another question which I'll not talk about now because we're running out of time, the one on climate change, inequality, and health. I mean, that alone is a subject, Professor Ariete, of another Arua meeting because it really is central to our future of the planet. And with this inequality, the most impacted are the more innocent people. So that is just how the things have turned out with climate change. I'll just now take, in the remaining 10 minutes, take one last comment from Professor Amudu and then wrap up. And time went so fast. I mean, there's only one active participant online, and all of us, there was enough input generated by the early speakers to thank you for that, and well done. You're able, just the two of you, 1.5 of you actually, were able to really trigger a very, 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 very animated conversation. How about you, Professor Amudu?
Okay. Yeah, there was a point there that Professor LeBrun mentioned about we have the science and then we get invited to these international panels. And that means we have the expertise, but why is it that we have this science and we're not able to implement it locally? I think, again, we're raising the question of the disconnect between we great scientists and the civil society. So we need to be able to bridge that gap. I think if we carry along our civil society with our findings and they understand where we're coming from. There were a lot of compromises, I mean, during the pandemic, because I mean, we give the expert advice and give it to government, and somehow along the line, by the time it gets back to the people, there's some compromise there because the people are pushing back. But if people understood where we were coming from, and if government now gives this strong advice, then they understand because they are already in tune with the science community. So I think this is very important, is again underlining the what we had discussed earlier about how we need to bring science close to the people. I think that's the comment I would just, we have many tools we can use to do that. I think that will be my last comment here now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like just to take the moment to just give Professor Amudu for standing up and betting for the entire team, for her stamina, her focus, her perseverance, and really for her initial opening inputs. We really, really thank you for that, Professor Amudu. There will be a big round of applause for you. Thank you very much. So this actually brings us near to the end of our proceedings, and I'd like to also thank the audience for their patience. When technological glitches had a better of us, I think you're all there. Despite the fact that it's actually the last hour of this workshop, of this conference, but you were there in full force. The inputs you made, the various speakers were here who made the inputs, and which I'm sure will be captured by the scribes, because the amount of information that came through, I felt like I was drinking water out of a fire hose. So I'm sure that they will be able to streamline it into information that is that can be packaged and will inform Arua going forward. So I think I'm going to be shortly closing this, if I may, with you permission, Professor Ariete, closing these proceedings. But first, let me just prestage them with these remarks as my closing remarks as we bring our proceedings to the conclusion. Professor Barnabas Nawange, Chair of Arua, pleased to meet you. In my capacity as a Vice Chancellor. Last time we met when I was DVC. Professor Ariete, likewise as well. Last time we met physically was when I was still DVC. So it's nice to be welcome to your peer of Vice Chancellors. Professor Kupe is here representing my Vice Chancellor group of colleagues. Professor Dauna Kupe, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria and co-host of the conference. Thank you so much for really putting a great show. You've put me under pressure. Next time I do something, I co-host with you. I don't think I'll pass it on to Cape Town. They've got something much better like mountain and the sea. Other Vice Chancellors and DVCs, both present and joining online. Conference delegates, speakers, and participants. The third biennial Arua conference is now coming to a close. This conference was themed Global Public Health Challenges. This conference is as timely as it has ever been. Still in the middle of the COVID pandemic, and what lessons we can take from there. I think that the world has been subject to a global health crisis unlike no other since 100 years ago. For almost 2 years now, our lives have been radically transformed. We changed the way we live, work, think, and teach, and conduct our business. The positives came out that actually we've been able to conduct these meetings without having to pollute the atmosphere and do them glitches aside in real time with colleagues connecting abroad. I'd like to congratulate the technical team here. I received a positive report at the VC's meeting that apart from this afternoon's glitches, there's an unsung team behind the scenes there who did an amazing work. I think these are the unsung heroes who actually make sure that we conduct our business. I thank you for that. From the beginning of the conference, it's been understood and known that COVID-19, the novel COVID, is by no means the last, and we'll experience many more to come. Our experience and studies are starting to show that COVID-19 exploits, exacerbates the inequalities of society, which was the part of the theme that we discussed, within and between countries and regions. The hoarding of vaccines by the global north has been the recurrent theme. Even though African scientists were quick to sequence the genome with scientists in South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, releasing their findings very soon after it was detected on the continent, African leaders have shown themselves to be generally being more likely to heed the advice of scientists from the global north, and that we discussed a short while ago. Of course, it varies from country to country, and I think those are the kind of things that Arua, as Timothy said, have a seat in AU, need to look into. With that said, global collaborations are crucial in dealing with these global emergencies, be it public health, be it climate change, inequality, social incohesion. The Medical University of Malawi is an excellent example, collaborating with the University of Glasgow to produce significant research that has helped to understand better how the pandemic has impacted our Southern African neighbors. The University of Edinburgh and the University of Ghana have partnered on research to do the same in Ghana, Kenya, and Zimbabwe. I've just myself come back from Scotland, where I took part in a COP parallel session, COP26, aligned sustainability panel hosted by the University of Edinburgh. We spoke of inequality, climate change, and green skills against the backdrop of the harsh reality of the pandemic that has wrought damage to our society. As has come out of this conference, it's not all doom and gloom for us in the global south, in particular for us in Africa. Africa is starting to become more active in the areas of vaccine development. And I might hasten to add here that Arua, Secretary General, has funded 3 vaccine research sites, East, West, and Southern Africa, and congratulations to that. So these are indeed green shoots and harbingers of better things to come. There are a number of plant-based vaccines being developed in South Africa at the University of Cape Town. Crucial, COVID-19 clinical trials were run by 2 of them, were run by vet scientists in partnership with the global North partners. And the data analytics that were used to track, troll, and control the virus were used by South African National Command Council, have been developed locally by our scientists working at the NICD at various universities like mine, which has been central in driving these data-driven, artificial intelligence-driven management of the location and spread of the virus. In closing, what we need are the following. We need to unapologetically make strong exhortations towards high levels of investment in public health facilities. We need to do that unapologetically. We need higher quality health professionals and retain them. And that is not what you can do. Governments must actually account for that and must do it, and must do it now. We need to do better integration instead of just like doing it as a shop talk. Be an example as Arua to actually integrate these regions and make sure that we create the economies of scale enough of us to be able to mount and respond appropriately to these global challenges. We need to develop African research and innovation facilities across all disciplines, from natural to the social sciences. Of course, last but not least, more resilient economies that shape the patterns of growth, that improve the equality outcomes, and ensuring that all segments of the population are better able to withstand the next economic shock that will buffer our societies. Finally, as we head back to our homes, the different corners of this beautiful continent of ours and abroad for some of us, teeming as always with promise and backed by an irrepressible determination to thrive against all odds, as has been in display here. I hope that you've received the same injection of enthusiasm and hope for the future as I have. I'm juiced up to even do better as one of the cogs in this very complex machinery that we are trying to establish. I'm sure that we'll look forward to getting involved in different conversations that have taken place over the last few days that will inspire and that will influence our direction as a continent, as the apex university system in the continent, to support and develop our continent. With that, I'd like to take this moment to once again thank you all for your attention and your patience in managing these technical glitches. And I know that I've got 1 minute before dinner and some refreshments. But I'd like to also thank you for your patience and wish you well and travel safely. And drinks are on the Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Zebulon. It's been great being hosted by Tawana and Zebulon. You can't find better hosts than these, so thank you very, very much. I think it's also proper to thank all of you for traveling from various places, from Uganda, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Cape Town, from Durban, Port Elizabeth, Nairobi. So wherever you've come from, we appreciate your coming. And for those who contributed to this discussion from their offices in Ibadan, from their homes in Lagos, from wherever, we appreciate you and thank you very, very much for making this successful. In order to measure how successful we have been, we have posted online an evaluation form. It's only proper that after such an event, we take an assessment of what people feel about it. So the evaluation form is online on the Aruba website. We've also sent it by email to everybody who registered to participate in this. We would like your feedback. And I know that when bankers ask you for your feedback, they expect you to say that everything was 100% okay. In our situation here, we don't have any obligation to, what we really want to find out is where things were not great, so that for the next conference, we'll be able to fix that. Our funding does not depend on whether we get high scores or not, but it's only proper for us to be able to have, in future, a closer to perfect event. So we will strongly encourage you to do everything you can to complete the evaluation form. As Tawana, you were put on the spot by your brother here. Are you going to take him up on it? Absolutely. So you are all commanded to come to drinks by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria. Thank you very much. Yes. Please, you are strongly encouraged also to show interest. Our young postdocs, please show interest and apply. The fellowship begins in February 2022, but the application must be done from 1st December 2021. So thank you very much. So the conference is officially over. Now you can drink beer, you can drink whatever you want.